Hi.
Hi, Barbara. I guess they're not back from lunch yet.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. I'm not surprised somehow. I don't know why, but
Yeah.
it's okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm just doing a little chanting, so I'll come back when things pick up. Okay.
Hmm?
So are you all on the East Coast?
I
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't speak for you, Barbara. Where are you?
I'm on the East Coast. Where are you, Daniel?
Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's a decent time there now.
Yeah, 10 a.m. What city are you in, Barbara?
Pardon me?
What city are you in?
I'm in New York City, in
Okay.
Manhattan. What city are you in?
Well, it's called Baldwin Hills and it's a part of LA.
Oh, okay. LA is kind of sprawling, isn't it?
Yeah, there's actually over 70 cities in LA County.
Wow.
Yeah. And from one end of the county to the other is probably about 50 miles.
Yeah, my nephew and his wife moved there not too long ago. I'm trying to remember where he got his PhD at, I think USC. He's
Yeah,
in the biology field, so I have no idea what part of LA that's in. I don't think they live too far away.
yeah. That's near downtown LA.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna finish up writing something here, so I'm not trying to be rude
Okay.
since we have a few minutes.
Hi, Brent.
Hey, Barbara, I turn my camera off and walk around.
What?
I'm going to turn my camera off and walk around.
Okay.
I could read you a little reading I got from the Wisdom Seat newsletter. Any interest?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay, it's by Vidyadhara Sri Simha. It's called Drive the Spike. Drive the spike of unimpeded, lucid wakefulness between samsara and nirvana. Drive the spike of the lamp of self-display between object and knower. Drive the spike of self-pure essence between mind and matter. Drive the spike of unbound view between permanence and nothingness. Drive the spike of dharmaless knowing between dharmas and dharmata. Drive the spike of 5 wide open doors between dullness and agitation. Drive the spike of primordially perfected dharmakaya between appearance and emptiness.
Where's that from?
I came on the Wisdom Seat newsletter,
Okay.
which I don't know exactly how I got on that list, but and it's excerpted from The 7 Spikes of Sri Singha.
Okay.
I just thought it was very nice.
Yeah, there's so much out there, I get overwhelmed. There's Wisdom Seed, there's Path of Awakening Buddhism, there's like Tricycle and Lion's Roar, and so I'm kind of always just kind of picking up something and hoping it's useful. But I guess that's how you find out what you like.
Yeah, where our hearts go,
Mm-hmm.
here I am.
Where are you located, Sue?
Cleveland,
Ah,
Cleveland,
okay.
Ohio. Mm-hmm.
Getting ready to start. Derek, are you there? Can they see you yet? Brent and Sue and Barbara Brooks, Carol Berlin, Daniel Kane, Betsy Kenyon. Logging in. Yeah. Pardon? No. Not yet.
thought we were gonna be outside. Probably need walls though. You guys need.
Like the people. Have you ever seen that? They're all in the wall, linked up against the wall. Like, oh, no. You need a wall. There's one wall per chair.
Well, I was sitting in front of the window so I wouldn't stare out. Because I tend to.
I saw that happening once on retreat at Garrison when I was on a Westchester retreat, and I looked out the window and when I got up, and I could see through the window, because you know how you can kind of see into the basement, the Zen group that was having their retreat at the wall. I mean, and I was up early for our group, and they were already there doing their. I was glad I was with the group I was with.
Chris, would you
Yeah.
mind switching? So, because you're lower, can you just walk against the chair? He needs it.
Oh, no.
No.
Bounces.
He needs to get the chair.
We're just setting up here. Can you guys hear me in the
Yeah.
Yes,
Zoom
we can.
room? Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Oh, hi, Carol. Nice to see you. I didn't know who that was. Nice to see
Yeah, I didn't know you either, and then I recognized your voice.
you. Derek will log in soon. He's just getting situated. Oh, I can do this.
What did you do?
Isn't that cool? That third guy who was trying to go to space, it's one of his inventions. Yeah.
Everything's square here.
I have a question. Is this period, today's gonna, is there gonna be some breaks, or how's the agenda?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, good afternoon and welcome. Sorry we're late setting up. Next time we're going to start like a half an hour early for setup. Wow, okay. It's a little dark in here, right? So we were going to start with the chants. And for you guys at home, I'll try to screen share those. Let's see. Great idea. Hey, good morning, everyone. So I rang the gong, so stop sitting, right? Okay, just checking. So welcome. Nice to see everyone. And today, let's see. Today's goal is to cultivate shamatha prayer or Mahamudra practice. Get into shamatha, talk about shamatha and Mahamudra practice and how that differs from what you might call kama shamatha, as the author of our book Moonbeam is called. Can you guys hear me okay at home? Let's see. Really? Oh, I need to speak up for a change. Is that any better? Is that better here?
Yeah.
And as a pitch? And so first, let's just say hello to everyone. On screen, we have here, I'm going to show you all. We have Daniel. Everybody remember Daniel from class? And then we have, maybe that's not a good idea. We have Daniel, Sue, Carol, Sue Wolpert, Carol Berland, and Mary Beth Keene, who's here on behalf of us. Bessie Kenyon in North Carolina, Brent in Chicago, and Barbara Brooks in Manhattan, and Pam South in Brooklyn. Welcome. And then we have here in Irvington. These guys are silhouetted. There you go. We got Chris. Who we got here? Kevin, and Morgan. And then we have Tom, Eric, Moira, Mary, and this is disappearing. Mary Beth, Beard, Liz, and Kelsa, and Chris. So we have some people who are not in the class, which is great for this session. And, so let's start with this. A few folks at home, I'll screen share. And everybody here. So we'll do 2 chants and called the supplication to the Tapo Kagyu. And also we do the 4 dharmas. No, I have to do that alone. Never mind. We'll do the supplication to the Tapo Kagyu. And then supplication for the Vidyadhara Chogyam Trungpa. Sorry for the delay. Opening up one of them. It takes a long time. Oh, hold on a second. Okay. Everybody here say hi. Chris?
Hi.
No, one at a time. Say your name.
Hi, it's Chris. And you want?
No, just
Hi,
Chris.
it's Kelsa. Hi.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Laura. Hi, Liz. Hi.
Eric, hi. I am.
Watch your head there, young man. Really good,
Hi, it's Kevin.
And I'm here. Nice to meet you all. Sort of silly having names, isn't it? So, Tokpo we talked about in class on Tuesday. Who was in class? Wants to tell us what Tokpo is? Mary Beth. Yeah. And what is it? Is it a term that expresses a type of Buddhist concept, or is it what? Tokpo. No.
It was something.
Are we wrong?
Yeah, it's a place. All right, Mary nailed it. It's a place. Tokpo. Let's go to Tokpo. That's where Gampopa is, right? Gampopa's Kagyu is Tokpo Kagyu, right? Milarepa didn't really have his own Kagyu, but Marpa had a Kagyu called Marpa Kagyu, right? And then there's Niguma Kagyu is Shampa Kagyu. That's Marpa Kagyu, Shampa Kagyu, and then Tokpo Kagyu. And within Tokpo Kagyu there are how many subdivisions? 12. 4 big and 8 lesser, right? It's in the chant, right? Okay, so let's do the chant. Great Vajradhara, Tila, Nara, Marpa, Mila, Lorda, Dharma, Gampopa, knower of the 3 times omniscient karma, paw holders of the 4 great and 8 lesser lineages, Dripam, Jokla, Dolpa, glorious Jupa, and so on, masters of the profound path of Mahamudra, incomparable protectors of beings, the Tapo Kagyu, I supplicate you, the Kagyu Buddhas, I hold your lineage, grant your blessings. I will follow your example. Revulsion is a foot of meditation, as is taught to this meditator who is not attached to food and wealth, who cuts the ties. Grant your blessing so that I have no desire for honor and gain. Devotion is the head of meditation, as is taught. opens the gate to the treasury of oral instructions to this meditator who continually supplicates the Guru, grant your blessings so that genuine devotion is born in. Awareness is the body of meditation as is taught. Whatever arises is fresh, the essence of realization to this meditator. Without altering it, grant your blessing so that my meditation is free from conception. The essence of thoughts is Dharmakaya, as is taught, nothing whatever, but everything arises from. To this meditator who arises in unceasing play, grant your blessing so that ability of samsara and nirvana through all my births may I not be separated from the perfect Guru and so enjoy the splendor of Dharma. In the virtues of the past and Burmese may I speedily attain the state of Dharma. You who have realized the dharmata of what is, with oceans of skillful deeds of a Buddha's child, you possess the Buddha activity which tames untamable beings. May your body, speech, and mind be established in the Vajra nature through the strength of the Buddha's wisdom and compassion and that of his children far and wide, by the power of the oceans of Lokapalas and Dharmapalas activity. I ask for the good of the teachings and the beings. May the body, speech, and mind of the glorious Guru remain in the Vajra nature indestructibly. With the dawn of the blessings of the Gurus of the three lineages, you bring the sun of Dharma through the whole expanse of the world. The sight of you ripens and frees, and whatever encounters you is liberated. May the lotus garden of your good virtues beautify the world. You're here. Okay, so good morning again and good afternoon. Jeez. Today's goal is to have an idea of how shamatha is practiced in this tradition. And starting off on the first page of the handout is a little presentation of the three basic qualities of shamatha. So this is from Longchenpa. It was quoted in someone else's book, so the header's a little complicated, but do you not have a reader of any kind? Can you guys share? Everybody good? Really? Everyone has it?
Yes.
Inez? So subsequent verses teach us how to meditate with mindfulness, attentiveness, and conscientiousness. So as accomplished practitioners and scholars that everyone here is, because I know each one of you, and I know what you've been through in terms of your Dharma practice instead of daily. I know that you have developed the sophistication to understand that these terms are in a different language and different translators translate them with different English words. It's applied, right? Most applies. And so it's helpful to understand, to get a little familiar with the Tibetan, because you'll run across these in other books, and that translators will use the translation you're unfamiliar with. Hopefully they get it. But Tibetan's not always so easy to pronounce. So the first one in Tibetan is Drenpa. You see in the front seat there, right? Drenpa, and that's mindfulness. Second one is here translated attentiveness. In our book, it's translated. Anybody know that? What our translator put? Elizabeth Callahan in the Moonbeams book. Starts with an A there. It's what the world needs more of. That too. There's a famous bumper sticker that says, "Be the world needs more." No, actually, it starts with an L. Oh. Be alert. The world needs more alerts. Be alert. Right? So she uses alertness. Okay. So alertness. And in Tibetan, in the parentheses, you have two versions of the same word. One is the pronunciation version, she, shin. And the other is the unpronounceable Tibetan. She is, right? So she, shin. Attentiveness and conscientiousness. Bak Yu. Bak Yod. Okay, so more mindfulness is like a virtuous hook that catches the crazed, rampant elephant of the mind. Well familiar with that image of the mind being a crazy elephant that rampages most of the time. Sometimes, but most of the time just meandering along, enjoying itself or not enjoying itself. You get pretty wild. And yeah, they didn't have that many elephants in Japan, leading it away from all faults and toward what is virtuous. So this is an understanding of mindfulness that's not in agreement completely with the way mindfulness is used today in the mindfulness industry. What is the mindfulness industry? The type of mindfulness. What is it like characterized? What's the definition? Without judgment, right? There's a lot of judgment here. You can't have faults and virtues without judgment, right? So the traditional version of mindfulness, just FYI, has that judgment to it. Right? Mindfulness's purpose is to lead us away from negative activity and towards positive activity. So to understand that difference and rely on this from now. So mindfulness is the main quality of shamatha meditation, the main characteristic. And it has, and let's talk about mindfulness. What is anyone have a good description or definition of mindfulness? So, Kelsey, can you repeat what you said?
In terms of the Western?
Yeah.
So the definition would be paying attention on
Okay, so she said paying attention
On purpose.
on purpose, so it's intentional. And to the present moment, are you sure that's what the common one version is, to the present moment?
To whatever unfolds or something that
To whatever is there
whatever
or
arises.
arises.
That's the whatever arises.
And if it doesn't arise, you don't have to pay attention to it. And well, and then
Without judgment or bias.
without judgment or bias. And as being mindful of others, yeah. Or like if you're in a building with a low doorway, you know, be mindful of your head. Like you go in the basement, right, and it's really low. You got to be mindful of your head, so don't bang your head, right? So what does that mean? What are you being mindful in that case? What's the object? What's the object of your mindfulness in that case?
Yeah.
The obstacle, the beams, the low ceiling, right? So that's what your focus is. You're paying attention on purpose to those. And it's sort of now. It's like happening now. And you know, the differences with judgment. And so here there's the judgment part is something interesting that will come up later, where the judgment comes in. But basically, in this tradition, focused attention on an object, simply. Focused attention on an object. And the only time that you can only focus on objects that exist now. You can't focus on any object that exists in the past or the future. Is everybody okay with that? Because they don't exist, right? You can focus on your memory that's happening now of the past, or your idea, your dream of the future. But anything that you think of or focus on that's happening now. Okay? There's some mixed looks. Far left field. The right field. They're out in the right field bleachers. Okay, so the second characteristic is attentiveness is like an undistracted watchman. This should clearly say watch person. But so the idea is that there's this other faculty that supports mindfulness while we're meditating. It's watching what we're doing. It's like sitting on your shoulder, like, are you paying attention? Have you been good? Have you been bad? Watching what's going on, who affords the thief of non-virtue no opportunities. Whenever non-virtue arises, like that game, that says, let me know. Slap them all. It protects the supreme wealth of virtue. Let your mind rely on it with certainty from now on. So these two main characteristics of shamatha: focused attention on an object, and then open monitoring of what's going on. Whether I'm focused on the object, or have I drifted? Right? Drifted to other objects, i.e. thoughts about the past, present, and future. Or maybe feelings, you know, and in our tradition, basically, you say anything that arises in meditation is a thought. Right? You put words, that's a thought. You see something, that's a thought. And in the Rinpoche tradition, what do you do with thoughts? Kill them and leave them to die. You label them thinking, you give them a little. Say again? They label them thinking. So watchmen, it's this idea of watching. And watchmen have three phases in their activity traditionally. They watch something that is happened right now, like there's somebody who's like broken into the building and is stealing all the alcohol in the liquor store. So they're watching that happen, or they're watching it just after it happened. Like, person's gone, you see all this stuff is trashed out. You can watch that. So that's an analogy for your mind after you get distracted, right? You lose the object of attention, and you realize that, and you have to come back. Right? So that's after the fact. During the fact is as it's happening. You see the guy, breaking into the store on the video camera while you're in the back room doing, what, and you're watching the thoughts happen, right? So that's the second type of watch person in meditation. Right? We're watching ourselves get lost. Oh, it's that thought again, my mother. Here we go. And then the third type is you anticipate it. You see obstacles coming from a distance. Rather than use this analogy of a sheriff in a small town. He sits on the front porch, leaning back all day long with his hat and a straw, and you can hear the rumbling of the bad guys on their faces coming from a distance. Right? So you know that you're like starting to get sleepy or distracted or whatever. Conscientiousness is like a well-constructed moat. What are moats supposed to do? Protect from the bad guys. How do they do that? Where? Where's all around, right? All around the good stuff. As you build a moat, a trench, you fill it with water. You get weather for you. Fill it with all sorts of terrible things. Right? So that's conscientiousness, and in this case, conscientiousness is the moat, and what is the moat surrounding?
Object.
Of the object of the mindfulness, right? And the mindfulness and the attentiveness are inside the castle, and conscientiousness is surrounding it. So conscientiousness has this idea of spanning meditation and post-meditation. So in our culture, I think conscientiousness, it's a bad rap. It's like being uptight, right? It's self-conscious. But in this tradition, it's just a general awareness of who and what we are, what we're doing, without like solidifying this. It's just a generalized sense of what's going on all the time in our lives, like how we're behaving, how we're acting. What do you mean?
You try muting and just talking to me. You're supposed to put you in there, but it's for you. Forgive me if I have problems. I don't.
How about now?
Did that work?
No, like close enough.
I'm sorry. Wait. You have to. I don't know where.
Is great for these guys. And you have to turn your sound off, MB. Okay. And everybody in the room, you can hear me okay? So, hi, Matt. Oh, can somebody get this gentleman a seat? But he needs a wall behind you. Hey, Paul, could you bring that red chair up and fill that space? Matt, we with this. Yeah. What else? Oh, you give him that. Oh, we're done with the chants, though. We'll just dedicate. He knows that one. Okay, so we're on the mode, the conscientiousness. The mode is what spans everything, meditation and outside of post meditation as well. And so when you're in meditation, really mindfulness, focused attention on an object, and alertness, attentiveness, general monitoring of the situation or open monitoring occur primarily, and the conscientiousness is not really needed at that point. It's more needed outside of meditation. But if you get lost way in thought, the conscientiousness kicks in. It's like, wasn't I supposed to be sitting? That sort of thing. So it prevents the brigand bands of afflictive motions from striking. It leads the army to victory over the foes of karma. Strive to guard your mind from now on. So it's very much about cultivating virtue and eliminating negativity. Okay, so then let's talk about okay, so going further in how to practice shamatha. Skipping one page, skipping the page of there's one, preventing the strains. Note to self, number the pages. So it's a physical, so to speak, fourth page that's called Preventing the Strains of Blank Shamatha. And so this sets up how to correct problems that arise in shamatha. So I'll just read and talk through this a bit, and then we'll sit. In this connection regarding mindful knowing. So what we saw earlier was separating the three qualities: mindfulness, attentiveness, and conscientiousness. Knowing that translators use different terms. One of the different terms for mindfulness is being mindful. That one's easy, right? Pair those up. Attentiveness here is translated as knowing. It's like knowing what's going on. Strong Rinpoche talks about this by like knowing what you're wearing, knowing that you have a beard, knowing that you're wearing glasses, or the person next to you, what they're wearing, knowing that you're in this amazing space called the Aligned Center with these cool red pipes all over, like the blood system of an animal, right? It's like the veins. So here we have mindful knowing, the two terms together. Mindfulness prevents the mind from wandering from the object, and knowing makes it recognize agitation or dullness. When we talk about the obstacles that arise in meditation practice, the main obstacles or obstacle, and it's sometimes described as one obstacle with a sort of down and an up to it, or a top and a bottom, or it's described as two obstacles, but it's dullness, agitation, and dullness. So agitation is we usually think of that just physically, but it's also the mental agitation or emotional agitation. It's agitation of body, speech, and mind, bless you. And then dullness is thinking, that sort of after lunch, eating a big meal, tired, falling sensation. Knowing makes us recognize. So the knowing quality of meditation, that second attribute, the attentiveness, lets us know whether agitation or dullness has arisen and whether we've wandered or not from the object. In other words, after strongly arousing the determination that decides I shall not wander from the object even for an instant, extend the continuity of mindfulness on the object and constantly keep this concern in your mind by dint That's a technical term, I think. By dint of the mindfulness that prevents the object from being forgotten. In this state, knowing recognizes if there's distraction or not. So knowing is what notices whether we're mindful or not. Because mindfulness actually, when we shift to a thought, when a thought, comes up and distracts us from the object, our mindfulness focuses on the thought then, right? Like we're always being mindful of something. Like, so from that point of view, we're always in deep samadhi, right? Whatever's happening, the object just changes. The football game, the food. Yeah, yeah. Do you know where your mind is? Yeah, constantly keep this concern in your mind by dint of the mindfulness that prevents the object from being forgotten in this state. Knowing, recognize if there's distraction or not, if there are faults of dullness and agitation. Apart from this, don't analyze too much. Simply be vigilant, watching closely. In the sutra section, meaning in Sutrayana, Hinayana, Mahayana, mindfulness and knowing are separated, talked about separately. We just saw that from the quote in Longchenpa. We'll see that in the Moonbeams book. And there are many explanations in this regard. However, many of the pith instructions of the practice lineage, what's the practice lineage? Kagyu. That's our team. Condense them into mindful presence, combining them together, or simply just mindfulness. Sometimes you'll see mindfulness and it's understood that it includes those two qualities. If you wonder how this is, you should know that there is nothing wrong with that. As said in The Way of the Bodhisattvas. Who wrote that book? Shanti Deva. When mindfulness remains with the purpose of guarding the doorway of mind, then knowing comes about naturally. When mindfulness is present, then knowing comes with it. Where's the doorway of the mind? Say again? Perception? Anyone else? The doorway of the mind? The mind doesn't have a doorway. Jesus Christ. People, it's an analogy, right?
Gary?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Daniel. I have a question. I think
Question from Daniel.
Yeah. I think you said we're always mindful. So does that mean the problem is we may not have the view associated with being mindful? If I'm mindful of my emotional anger, if I'm consumed in worldly thoughts or samsaric thoughts, is the problem is that I don't have the view?
You've Oh, that's good. You can hear him, but then switch it when I start. Okay. The difference is that you've shifted your mindfulness to objects other than your object of meditation, and your object has become negativity, a non-virtuous activity of body, speech, or mind. And when we say that we're always mindful, it's in a very scattered way. It flits about, right?
Yeah.
Whereas ideally on meditation practice, it's constant, it's sustained. And that's one of the big things is how do we sustain meditation? Let's see. The mindfulness and knowing explained in this quote are distinguished from each other in terms of subtle and gross, or fine and coarse, because within a mindfulness strong in clarity, knowing is included. So when mindfulness is weak, then knowing is not really included. When mindfulness is strong, then knowing is automatically included. Thus, in the commentary to The Center and Boundary, which was a famous novel about the Cold War, just kidding. If mindfulness is fully present, it will possess knowing. At this point, it may happen that scholars, are there any scholars here? Think as follows. When the mind is held one-pointedly on the object through mindful knowing, if a subtle thought were produced discerning whether it remains on the object or not, or whether there's dullness or agitation, then there wouldn't be non-thought. So if you take our meditation instructions really strictly of like no thoughts, just stay on the object, then the activity of knowing, which like is this very subtle little mental activity in our mind that says you're not in the object anymore. Your concentration, your mindfulness is fading. Your mindfulness is lost. Come back. That's a problem. Some people think because it has some mental activity. And this author, Nawang Kunga Tenzin, says, on the other hand, if it were not produced, the knowing that notices that there is dullness, agitation would not occur. If we didn't allow that little amount of activity in our minds. So what should we do? Unskillful people regarding a subtle thought, such as this one, as a fault, in the absence of the sharp brightness of knowing, sustain a lucidity of the mind consisting of whatever sense of clarity there may have been before. Now, did I go to the right page? Page 5? Thank you. However, this kind of subtle thought is not a thought as such. It is knowing or cognizance similar to vipassana, and therefore it ought to be produced. So this is a positive quality, this keeping track of what our mind is doing, and it's similar to vipassana, and it gives rise to vipassana. It helps give rise to vipassana. This part of our mind, the mind has all these different faculties and qualities working all the time, and become replete with these qualities. It's not like we have to import them or develop or give birth to them, but they're there. We cultivate them. We develop them. And developing the knowing quality or the attentiveness quality is what branches off into vipassana, because vipassana is investigating whatever the object of shamatha is in the traditional version. So it's said in the intermediate stages of meditation, which is by Kamalashila, thus after placing the mind on the chosen object, you should subsequently place it right there all the time. Once it settles completely, you should mentally cultivate the following questions by examining and thinking. Is the mind properly fixed on the object? Is there dullness? Is it completely fascinated by outer objects and distracted? So the knowing quality, the attentiveness, is doing that. It's like, am I meditating or not? The way to produce this type of thought is not by first abandoning the stream of undistracted mindfulness, but rather by simply being watchful while the continuity of samadhi is not lost. So we tend to think that, okay, I'm going to succeed in meditation by reducing thoughts, by cutting off thoughts, eliminating thoughts as the bad guy. And thoughts are not the bad guy. We just cultivate being watchful of what our thoughts are doing. And by doing that, our samadhi is continuous. Our mindfulness is continuous. Further, if this thought is repeatedly aroused with too much strength, it will lead to the fault of mindfulness slipping away. So if we get too sort of chatty in our mind about whether we're on the object of meditation or not, then it deteriorates, and that would then become a fault. Each instant simply watches over the next one, while the confidence of the preceding one is just strong enough to not disappear. So we gain confidence moment by moment of, oh, we're present, and let's use that state of presence, which is the combined mindfulness and attentiveness, to look at the next moment. And then based on that momentum, we look at the next moment and the next moment of whatever is happening. Let's see. In short, these ways of balancing tightness and looseness. So this key instruction of not too tight, not too loose, and sustaining the practice are excellent key points among the many, many ways of maintaining concentration. By sustaining this way, the meaning of shamatha, concurrent with vipassana. So how can they happen together, shamatha and vipassana? If we do vipassana, which traditionally is analysis, is investigation into the nature of something, which is slightly different than Trungpa Rinpoche's presentation, and we'll come to that. But then vipassana is an active mind, and how can you have a mind that's slightly active without it disturbing your shamatha? Is by cultivating the paired union of the mindfulness and the knowing. So we get used to there being a subtle level of activity in our mind while we're being steady with the mindfulness. and thereby this shamatha and vipassana will be unmistakably be realized. And he quotes Yongchongpa. The distinction is that there's a danger of confusing dullness with shamatha. Shamatha, or calm abiding, is when once the movement of subtle and coarse thoughts has grown calm, the mind abides in a continuity. Dullness is failure to recognize and being in a dark area with no idea of what is happening. So shamatha, where the mind is calm and one abides in the continuity of mindfulness and knowing, is very different than when suddenly you sink. And we've all had this experience of getting sleepy, or we've had this experience where our meditation is working and we've sort of worked our way through the cobweb of thoughts, like maybe just before the gong rings in a session, and it's suddenly like, oh, I'm here, I'm clear. Everything's clear. And that's very different. And then what tends to happen is once we're over the sort of hump of lots of thoughts, we relax because it's very nice and pleasant. And and then often there's a sinking of like, oh, I can just stay here. This is good. And we sort of relax all of our exertion, our vividness, and there's a sinking quality. Yes. Well, that's blank. It sort of leads to blank shamatha. It doesn't necessarily happen right away, but it's the first grade of blank shamatha. And this section was preventing the strain, which is one of the main strains. The nature of Vipassana insight is to nakedly see one's original face of emptiness. That's a nice description of Vipassana, right? One's original face of emptiness. What the hell does that mean? There's a famous Zen koan, right? Of what was your face before you were born? The analytical cognizance is such that based on verbal conventions, a mental image arises in the field of the conceptual mind. This is sort of a non sequitur. It's like very experiential, and then all of a sudden we have this very complicated sentence. So we're going to leave that till we get to the Vipassana part of things. So in samadhi of shamatha, there are two aspects: stillness, the mind calmly resting one pointedly without thoughts, which means without engaging thoughts, right? And the undiminishing sharpness of mindfulness and knowing, including confidence. So really the first quality, the translation here is a little odd. The mind resting calmly is the mindfulness, focused attention, and then the undiminishing sharpness of knowing, including confidence. The knowing gives us confidence that I know what's happening. And that confidence is so important when you go further in meditation practice, to letting go of, like in Vipassana, finding anything, right? So these two must be present no matter what. Yeah, so Chris is saying that you could say I'm knowing that I'm within shamatha. Now shamatha has the page that I skipped over, the 2 pages I skipped over was called Explanation of How to Rest Without Support. And I think all of us have been practicing meditation for some time now, for many years. And what you find when you practice for a long time, over not in a particular session or a day, but over many years, is that your use of the technique becomes a little fuzzy, right? Labeling thoughts sort of dissolves a little bit. We don't always label all our thoughts because we don't have to, right? We all know that once we're present, the thoughts disappear, right? We've all experienced that. So we don't take the extra step of saying, thinking. And then the focus on the breath as an object gets a little softer, right? And it's more like we're sort of in this space of just being present clear and steady. Ideally, that happens once in a blue moon, right? Um, and so that process is not really that. Um, the process of going from a beginner meditator where you're trying very hard to stick to the technique, focus on the breath, label thoughts, connect with your posture and the space. And you're doing that very literally to you're doing that very literally and at the beginning. And then gradually over time, we're not so literal. And so in the Mahamudra tradition, they break this down into 3 different phases in terms of the, they say the coarseness of the object, the sort of concreteness of the object. And so there's 2 types of objects of meditation. One is, 2 types of shamatha meditation. One is with a support and one is without a support. So with a support is what we do with the breath and the posture and so forth. Many other types of meditation have other types of supports. What's an example of another support for meditation practice? Candle. Anyone else? Sorry? Mantra. Counting the breaths. What else do people use? Sensory objects such as the sound or anything else like
Flower.
flower. Thank you. Exactly. Some object, right? What's a traditional object that's used often? The Buddha. Thank you. The Buddha. Yeah, traditionally the Buddhas, they often do, and many Mahayanas use the Buddha as well. Yeah, so it could be any object, right? And so there's 2 types of objects. There's concrete objects and there's non-concrete objects. So concrete object is concrete or Buddha or a flower. The pavement is a concrete object. All those other solid things. And then a non-concrete object is like the breath or an internal image that we're visualizing, like a syllable or a color or a light. Internally, we visualize are not concrete, right? And normally, the traditional progression is you start with a concrete object, something outside yourself that's actually there. And today, for the exercise and meditation, I'm going to ask you all to do that. And so I'll come back to that. But to start with that, because I think most of us have never done that. Has anyone ever done meditation like on an object? Eric, Inez. Okay, so a number of us have done with an object. It's a different experience than the breath, right? Unintentionally, you end up staring. We all do it on the floor, right? We've all meditated on the floor for many years. The carpet, the wall on the other side of the room. And that's part of the thing is the gaze. We'll work on the gaze. And then the breath is like a nebulous object, right? It's like, where is the breath? Where, how, when does it start? When does it stop? We talk about an in-breath and an out-breath. It's about as much as you can break it down, so the breath goes into the body. Is it like a round ball and moves in just one space, or does it, so the breath is amorphous. So it's called a non-concrete object. And that's the most common one. And so we use the breath and then we shift gradually over time to without support, shamatha without support, where you're basically just sitting and you've given up the sort of coarse objectification of the breath. And there's just a light sensation of the breath going out, either the release or maybe the sound, or maybe you're still sort of visualizing or having this feeling of going out. But mostly you're just sitting in this space of being vividly present, ideally, right? So we don't, in Trungpa Rinpoche's world, we don't really talk about that much, but in the traditional Mahamudra system, they go specifically through these 3 stages, and you're supposed to train in them so that you can actually do the 3rd stage of what we try to do, just being vividly present without a very coherent object, successfully without thinking, because without object is hard to do, because there's a tendency to slip into that sort of dull, non-conceptual state where you sort of think you're meditating, but it's like the blinds have sort of come, like here we have 2 sets of blinds. There's an inside one and an outside one, right? And they're both down. It's pitch dark, but it's like just the lighter shade is down, and we're like, we all know that feeling, right? The eyelids are starting to flutter. And so the explanation, this reading here, the explanation of how to rest without support is going through that 3rd phase, which is very much the sort of gold version of shamatha that we have. So we'll come back to that after we take meditation and a quick body break. So why don't we do that? Take a quick 5-minute break and then come back. Welcome back. So, hi Cynthia, welcome. So we're just about to launch into our meditation session on how to rest without support. And if you'll see, everybody here, let me show you the room. Everybody here is against the wall. They all have a wall. So what we're going to do is I'll talk for a couple of minutes, and then we're all going to turn around and look at the wall. And I'll explain why. So it would be ideal if you had a wall. I see many of you do have walls that you can turn around to. Yeah, how zen? How zen? And how long does the coffee take usually? Oh, okay, they're going to wait till afterwards. They have it cooking. Okay, so let's begin again. And this is the handout that says how to rest, explanation of how to rest with support. So I'll read the intro and then we'll go into contemplation by means of the above divisions in regard to focusing the mind. So this author went through the 3 different stages of shamatha that I just spoke about. With support, has 2 parts, with a concrete support and with a non-concrete support. And then the 3rd stage is without support. So you may have found some degree of stillness or of a core meaning, whatever that means. At that time, you should continue by training in the superior shamatha without attributes, consisting of constantly fostering the non-distraction of the mind itself. So mindfulness equals non-distraction. It's the main factor of meditation, non-distraction. So in Mahamudra world, mindfulness becomes non-distraction. It's talked about as non-distraction. As before, adopt the posture. So let's talk a little bit about posture. The straighter we are, the better. But it should not be rigid or militaristic. And ideally, we're not pushing our abdomen forward and unnaturally. So there's a way to like bring in the abdomen a little bit and also pull in from the back, the sit muscles, the sits muscles. There are none. They're sit bones, but not muscles. So you can't stretch your bones. You can't. What do you do with muscles? You tighten them. You can't tighten. You tighten your sits bones with the muscles that are back there. And you open your chest. We're like kings surveying our domain. Those of you who are parents, that should be easy because your children aren't here, so you're in charge now. So upright. Adopt the posture and practice Guru Yoga. So in the Mahamudra tradition, the connection with the Guru's mind is very important. And in this case, the Guru's mind can be either the mind of your actual Guru, or it can be the mind of the Buddha, or it can be the mind of enlightenment. And Guru Yoga is the cultivation of union with that mind. So there's a sense of wanting to join with enlightened mind, wanting to connect with enlightened mind. And bless you, and that creates the sort of moisture that lets the conceptual mind have the confidence to let go into non-conceptual experience. Make supplications. We'll skip that for now. We did that earlier, the supplication chants, and receive the four empowerments. We'll skip that for now, after which the Guru dissolves into you. So if you actually brought to mind your teacher, your actual teacher, maybe for a minute, whoever that might be, connecting with their mind, looking in their eyes, and then bring their mind, their appearance into you in whatever way you want. Then do not engage in fixations by focusing the mind on an outer object, the breath, or any other support. Without having any support whatsoever for the mind, and without stirring it up with thought processes, rest it directly in the continuity of its own nature. So, to some extent, this implies that we have some understanding of the mind's nature. And the main analogy that's provided in this tradition to understand the nature of the mind is, any guesses? Space. How much space? Lots of space. It's a little space. Give it a little space. So the mind is like space. So rest directly in the continuity of the spacious quality of the mind. It also has a quality of what else? Luminosity. Does that mean light? Clarity. So clarity means what? Cognizance, knowing, right? So we're knowing what's going on, just bare knowing. It's not knowing this or that. In this case, it's the knowing quality that earlier was used to know whether we're on the object or not. But now we're just experiencing that spacious knowing quality of experience. There are three techniques or qualities that are used for resting in this way. Don't engage in diversions with inner or outer objects and situations, but rest in natural freshness without wandering. Do not wander. Secondly, don't fetter yourself in any way by tightening the three doors too much, but rest loose in the natural, effortless flow. So just letting thoughts come and go.
What are three doors?
Speak softly when you you scared the shit out of me. What are the three doors? Anyone?
Body, speech, and mind.
Thank you. Body, speech, and mind are the three doors. And what are they doors to or of? activity.
It's the doors of our experience.
Doors of experience. Thank you, Cynthia. So body, speech, and mind are the three doors of experience. So we're not tightening the three doors too much, but rest loose in the natural, effortless flow. And don't hold mindful awareness, which is this translator is now using a different term for mindful knowing. Mindful awareness is the same thing. And the essence of thoughts is being two unconnected, separate things. So we have the watcher and the watched, the looker and the looked at, the thinker and the thought. Don't view these as different things. There's a tendency to think, oh, I'm the one meditating and there are those thoughts that are trying to bother me. And in this case, there's no difference. As if you were applying an antidote by cutting off or by dissolving thoughts, by looking at them. But just see that they are the same. Rest in the natural lucidity of self-knowing awareness. These three are synonymous with non-distraction, non-modification, and non-meditation. So we'll come back to those after we sit. And the last thing for sitting is the instruction on the gaze, which is not given here, but in many places the gaze is described as placing your gaze in the space in front. And when we give initial meditation instruction to people, we say like 4 to 6 feet in front of you, slant your eyes down towards the floor like 4 or 6 feet in front of us. And most of us, myself included, then look at the floor as the object of our gaze for many, many years. Ideally, at this point, but if not today, the gaze is not to look at an object. The gaze is to look at space. And so in many Mahamudra texts, when they describe the gaze, they say, place your gaze on the space in front. And sometimes they give the length of the distance, and they use hands. Hands are a system that's used in places that don't use feet. They use their hands instead of their feet to measure space. And they usually say like 2 hands, which is really close. So that's hard to do. But, maybe we could go for like 4 hands, three to 4 hands in front of us in space. And space is not like an obstruction. And so it's hard to look at space as you're trying to do now. So to help us look at space, let's all turn around and look at the wall behind us, or the wall-like surface of a chair that you might have behind you. Well, we'll start with the wall, and then you pull your gaze in a few inches off the wall, right? So get as close to the wall as you can. Really close. Part of the whole thing in wall gazing is to experience the claustrophobia. And here's the tip. If you feel that looking at the wall close up is claustrophobic, that means that you're attached to looking at a distance in front of you in meditation, right? That's okay. A little bit louder. Okay. So if you find the wall gazing is a little claustrophobic, that's because we've all become very conditioned to enjoying this spacious, long gaze, and means that we've spent a lot of our meditation time looking at something in the distance. And our meditation ideally should be spacious, regardless of whether our eyes are open or closed, or open looking at something right in front of us or far away. And so begin by looking at the wall as the object. And then ideally pull your gaze in and see if you can look at the space in between you and the wall. And so spend some time trying to see the difference between looking at the wall and looking at the space in between you and the wall. And then remember that our gaze is not supposed to be, oh, sorry. And then remember that our gaze is not supposed to be pinpointed on one particular place, but it's supposed to be diffuse. So see if you can identify the space in front of you, between you and the wall, and then diffuse your gaze in all directions to see, like sort of like an oval of the space in front of you, between you and the wall. Sounds easy.
Are we speaking to everyone?
Thank you, Cynthia. When we do Mahamudra meditation, in order to help keep it fresh and clear and crisp, is we do short sessions, multiple short sessions. And also we do revitalizing movements in between sessions. So I encourage you at home and here to do like some sort of movements that get the body like revitalized. So you can watch what I do here and you can see other people from Mary Beth's phone. We'll just do that for a few minutes. Now we're going to try talking between us. And to make that try to work, when other people talk, I'm going to mute. And invariably, I'm going to forget and screw it up. So just let me know. So first we talk about what was it like looking at the wall.
Mary said she loved it. I think she really liked it.
Yeah. Yeah.
My eyes were totally tuned into the subtleties of this fabric, and I couldn't pull away from it very easily.
I have to say, this was perfect. Like, you know, when your eyes are shut and you're looking at the blood in your eye, this was just not. Whether I looked at it or not looked at it, it looked the same. And at one point, I was like putting my mind like on the other side of it, so much on the other side, but a little bit.
I really liked it. I thought it was effective. And the whole thing with the comb, looking at it this way, and then looking in the back, and before when I had, they say meditate, and all of a sudden be aware of the back of the room. I never thought of it, like the way you describe it is actually going inside your head first, and then seeing the back. I really went out.
As if you had eyes on the back.
Yeah.
But there's two different ways you can least that you can do it, right? Either you're looking with these eyes through your head,
Yeah.
and your brain becomes transparent, or you have eyes in the back of your head. What did people do? Did anyone who had eyes in the back of their head?
I noticed that there, well, I mean, it was a challenge. But I was like, oh, it's either like a fishbowl lens, you know, like those fishbowl lenses where you can kind of like, it's like very round. But then I actually thought it'd be an interesting exercise if you started from one periphery and you scanned 360 all the way around, right? I don't know. So I was looking at you for a little bit. I was looking at you, but I thought it was kind of cool.
Anyone else wall gazing?
Wall gazing was a lot easier than I would have thought. I thought I was going to get totally claustrophobic, but it was fine. I'm kind of more used to looking at the space behind my head.
Speak up a little. Can you guys hear it?
Watching, looking behind my head, either through my brain or with eyes in the back of my head or whatever, I find totally impossible. And what I'm wondering is if in Tibet, they actually tested monks on this by asking them what was really behind them. I think something they could really do it.
How many fingers by holding it?
I've seen the really
It's your fault. You all the way up.
Oh, I think so, yeah. Can they not hear what he's saying?
They can. I think you can hear Mary Beth, right?
Sure, they can hear me. I'm right here.
Yeah, but they couldn't really hear Eric. Really
Sorry. Sorry.
Anyone else?
Try to hold it up.
Wall gazing, Liz?
So it was fine for quite a while. And then it got completely freaky. I don't know what happened.
It did to you, just like lost it totally.
Wow. And wow, yeah. A little frightening.
Oh.
Can you describe that? I think I did. How is it? Visually? Is that what you felt inside? Yeah, like it's like my mind was like I thought I was gonna scream. Interesting. Yeah, that's not
I liked
A little
it.
different.
I was surprised.
Like I'm afraid.
It wasn't. Yeah.
Thinking about the cone, like I was a dog with that cone in my head, and it worked in the front when my view was very limited. But in the back, I was wondering, was I just imagining what I thought I was seeing back there? Because I don't know, we don't have eyes in the back of our head, literally.
So was the cone clear for anybody? I mean, for me, it was very diffuse.
diffuse.
I mean, the shape was there.
Can you guys hear okay? Because I can hear them through the headphones.
I can hear what they're saying, but I get the impression that you may have given some instructions that we didn't hear
Yeah, I
during the
didn't hear
sitting,
about the
because all
back.
this stuff about looking to the back, I
Yeah.
think we didn't hear any of that. Am I right?
Right.
Did you
Did you hear me reading during the sitting?
No,
No, after your initial instruction, we heard nothing.
we were just out there.
Yeah, we thought it was just all, you know,
Baseline.
Silent, yeah.
Base, yeah.
What's the usual stuff that you guys have seen before?
that's right. I think what happened was when we heard the recording is off, I think that kind of like we realized, oh, something has been going on that we didn't know.
Oh.
It was looking behind your head, looking at the back of your head first, and then looking out through the back of your head to the space behind you. So you have the dog cone behind you as well.
That's right. Maybe another time.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's right. Just still letting you know that something didn't, wasn't on right at the time.
And then I read some instructions on from what was handed out, the non-distraction and so forth, from the first 3-4 pages, not the last page.
I would
Anybody
share
at home?
Yes,
How do you like the
share.
wall gazing?
So I'll share. Can you hear me?
I can't.
Okay. So
You have to mute for me to put them on here.
I did.
Oh, okay.
so I found it quite different than following the breath meditation. And so one of the main differences was what is one pointedness if you're just in total space. And so that was just an interesting thing to, like, and the only thing it could be would be like nowness, So that was one thing.
That's great. Thank you. Anyone else from the Zoomers? Pam.
I also sort of felt like I couldn't tell the difference between whether I was really when I was looking at space, the connection really between my eyes and my head and my awareness. There really wasn't much connection. I mean, it was hard to tell really where I was. It didn't feel all that dull, but it was just an odd sensation of like a unity or some, I don't know. But it was very interesting.
That's great. Anyone else?
No.
Anyone else from the room here?
I'll
I
talk.
liked it.
Very good.
Yeah. I don't know if they can hear me, but I was surprised. I kind of liked it because I find like I do get distracted and it's the rug or it's whatever. And I like with the wall, because it was just always like the same thing that was distracting me. I felt like I was like a little quicker to recognize, oh, you're on that chair, pull back. As opposed to when it's like stuff out here, I don't always recognize, I guess, that I've strayed. So it was I felt like sort of calm a little bit about it. So
Yeah.
It seems like two different things to focus on space between you and the wall, and then to try to be seeing behind you. Those seem like two different things to do.
Yeah, so I tried to present those as two stages. That first was looking forward towards the wall and the space in front and like having this cone in front of us, the dog cone, and then looking back at the back of your head and getting a feel for the back of your head. and then looking back at the space in front of you with that same sort of cone-like quality of seeing, the same amount that we see up front, but in back of us. And then I didn't say it clearly enough, but I meant to then sort of drop those and just come back and be in the middle of space.
Right. When you said sitting in space, I felt better about it.
Because it seemed like a visualization, like a lot of doing when you're looking. But then the space thing felt like thing.
Terrifying.
I have a question.
Hold on one second. So the looking back is doing, and then relaxing that and just being in the center and diffusing your gaze up close is hopefully not a lot of doing.
No, not any doing.
Yeah.
But it got a little freaky.
Got a little freaky.
In some sense, the outer gaze, like very literally, and the backward gaze, which is somewhat, not real. It's your imaginal realm, like its inner realm. And then being lost in both brought about more towards feels like the next step of, because you're not really located, because there's no reference point. You're kind of in your clarity. You just, whatever that literally feels like, because you're not located, you're referenceless. But the exercise of going back and forth it's like a little bit of that exercise that sort of, at the end, I felt most comfortable being not trying to find the reference point, inner or outer, but that clarity.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. That was great. Sue.
Yeah, so just thinking about the mindfulness and knowing. So it seems like in breath meditation, it's very easy to have that, what did you call it? The moat around, and what's inside. But if there's no boundary, then what's the knowing part? So that's really where there was just a lot of inquiry, is like, what? No, not really having a ground of what's mindful and what's knowing and what's just flowing thoughts, and really the whole thing was just kind of going.
That's a really interesting comment. So the mindful works when you have an object, and when there's no object, then it's hard for mindfulness to settle anywhere. And the knowing plays a much more important role, right? That sort of diffuse, open monitoring of what's going on. And then also the conscientiousness, that's the sort of like larger quality of knowing play a much larger role, because the mindfulness is sort of like where am I focused on? What am I focused on? So that's a really helpful comment. Thank you for that. So the mindfulness of it, like an object, which is generally sort of one directional and sort of very dualistic, sort of dissolves, and ideally in a big way. Daniel.
Yeah, having the comments before we started about continuity, if I heard you right, continuity and knowing, that was helpful for me to relax my obsession with finding something out there to fixate on. And then I also noticed sitting about maybe a foot in front of the wall, that was okay. And I think my comments are similar to someone else, where it seemed to, by limiting the visual distraction, it made me more aware of when I was going dull. I think that when I'm sitting, several feet in front of my shrine with all of its objects, I think I'm not noticing the dullness as easily as when that wall is like staring me in the face. Okay.
So one of the things I think that meditating with the space up close does is it gives you a stronger sense of where you're looking from. Did anyone experience that? And so that's one of the key experiences in Mahamudra meditation is identifying the sense of where the watcher is, where's the awareness emanating from. And we all have this sort of projection of like where it is or where it's from. And did anyone locate where they look from? Mary Beth? Chris?
We can't hear.
It wasn't very long, but there was a point where there was no mindfulness. It was the attentive awareness, and I was like, and the mode, like, don't let anything in. But I wasn't being mindful of anything. It didn't last long, but yeah, it was different.
I had trouble with my eyes, actually, and I kept having to refocus, or they would get really dry. And sometimes I think it was visual, not mindfully at all, but my eyes would go wandering, and it was kind of scary to get them back, So I didn't love the experience. I loved the back, the whole backward looking.
So these are.
I had another thing I would share.
Oh, hold on.
It's okay. You did. You're good.
Go for it.
Oh, me? Oh, so I did have this a number of times where there got to be like a really kind of relaxed, open kind of feeling where actually it seemed like the space was inside and outside, like there was it just went kind of like right through. And in that space, it seemed like things just were popping. It was kind of like a three-dimensional lake, is how I would put it, rather than a flat lake. And yeah.
So these experiences of difficulty with a upfront object. There's an echo though.
Maybe Mary Beth could mute.
There we go. How's that? Phew, no echo. Good. Thank you. Yeah, so when I talk, try to mute and vice versa. And so to the extent that you have trouble with looking up close at the space is basically an indication that when you're meditating normally, you're spending a lot of your time on the visual field, the focal object. And most of us do that. We like sit and we open up to the space around us and we project our energy like across the room or, however far that room is. Your own shrine room at home might be small. You go to Garrison and then it's like huge, and so our energy is like way dispersed over there. And so by bringing the focal object in up close initially, then that's a very difficult experience. And gradually over time, we become more able to stay here by shifting out of our tendency to spend our time in meditation on the visual field, and instead feeling the sense of the quality of our mind. So ideally, this is meant to give us a better sense of what is the sensation of knowing, of what the mind is doing. And I think we've all heard that ultimately Mahamudra meditation is meditating on the mind, meditating on the nature of the mind. So this is a helpful way to identify that nature, i.e. point out the nature of the mind, is seeing, well, what does my mind do, when I put it in different cages, and and do different things with the senses. To what extent is my mind attached to being in its sensory experience? And can I thereby, by process of elimination, say, okay, that's not nature of mind, that's nature of sense experience, and then identify, ideally, what is nature of mind? What is the looker? And so the main objects that are used in the Vipassana, Mahamudra Vipassana exercises and phase of practice are looking at the nature of three aspects of our mind. The mind, when it's moving, is the easy one. That's thought, right? And probably the hard thing with working with the nature of thoughts, or experiencing thought in meditation, is that we all want thoughts to go away, really. Even though, like, we're saying, okay, I'm just going to see the nature of thoughts. Really, we want them to go away. So it's a matter of becoming comfortable with actually letting thoughts be there and not being bothered by them. And that's the idea of non-distraction and non-modification and non-meditation, is like we're just there with whatever's happening and we're seeing thoughts. So that's called the mind when it's moving, right? And the mind moves in different ways. It moves in thought, and thought can include everything, or when you break it down, thoughts can be separate from sense experience. And like where looking at, like, where is the looking happening, where is the seeing happening, and also bringing the visual field in close gives you an opportunity to look like, well, where am I seeing from, where is the seeing happening? And then so there's thoughts, there's sense experiences, and then there's emotions. Right. So ultimately, Mahamudra Shamatha explores all those things, and seeing the nature of thoughts, seeing the nature of sense experience, and like, where is sense experience happening? Is sound actually happening out there? Or is sound happening in our ear? Or is it like in between? Or is it in our brain and not in the, is the ear separate from the brain? So where is the sound happening? Where's the sight happening? And then where are emotions happening? Where are they happening? And then what are they? We all know that separation between the initial energetic sort of thrust of an emotion and the storyline that accompanies the emotion. We're all familiar with that. But then it's a matter of looking at that initial energy of the emotion and like, where is that and what is that? So movement includes all of those: thinking, sense perception, and emotions. And when they go through the emotions, it's basically the kleshas. They usually don't talk about positive emotions, but and then there's the opposite of the moving mind is the still mind. And the still mind, when they traditionally, every text starts off with a still mind, and that still mind is the mind that you experience when you're in accomplished shamatha. And for myself, I know that that's not a very frequent experience. So for me, it's easier to start with movement because I can see movement is there all the time, right? And so then for me, I go movement and then stillness, identifying like this sort of open, expansive, vast, unchanging frame without a frame, the space from which, like, or within which the content displays I don't know where it comes from. Does it come from that frame or does it come from somewhere else? Nobody knows, right? Where thoughts come from. But so identifying stillness. The still mind is the mind of shamatha. The mind that's cultivated in shamatha, the stillness, the non-moving mind. And then the third object that is used in Vipassana meditation in this triad is the awareness. It's what am I looking with? Where's the looker? Where does somebody who's like doing these exercises, somebody who's meditating, looking from? And so all of the Mahamudra shamatha involves identifying the still mind through the practice of those, through the stages of with object support of different types, without support, and then in the phase of shamatha without support, cultivating those qualities of non-distraction, non-wandering, non-contrivance, non-modification, and non-meditation, not doing. And just being vividly present and experiencing that. What often in our life is the background. It's like, and that's why I find that looking behind is very helpful, because for me that's like an analogy of the still mind. It's like the mind that's the container of everything, that upon which or within which everything that I experience happens. And we always we spend all our the most evident thing for us is the content of that stage that we experience our life and what displays. And we only like have a sense of the larger container in a way of like, it's sort of like this haunting quality, or this backdrop, or like behind you quality. You know, there's different ways that each of us might resonate with. How do I identify that still mind? That's always present but not evident. You know, it doesn't really have any qualities. It just accommodates everything like space does. So should we do maybe one? Could you, Matt? Thanks. Right. Oh, thank you. That's really good. So for the peeps at home, Tom said, "Isn't that space what we usually identify as us?" And I think that is often the case, that we identify it as us. But when we do that identification, I think we all experience me identifying me. There's somebody. Yeah, I think just that one. Yeah. No, I think yeah, there's good. Yeah, I don't think, and the light is good. Is the other one less dark on the doorway? Well, is there one that lets some light through? Yeah, that other one. Yeah, that's amazing. We're here watching there's two shades on each window, a dark one and a light one. But the when we experience that larger open mind, open quality of mind, when we do that, there's somebody who's experienced it, and that's the awareness. You know, so normally we don't notice that separation. And ideally, through the meditation practice, we come to identify there's that separation of the still mind, and then there's the one who's experiencing the still mind. Was there somebody else? Chris. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on one.
Whenever I look for the thought or the thinker, they disappear, and I go into stillness. But at some point, I'm thinking, shouldn't I be able to be in, like, I hear it in the words, like, you should be able to be in the stillness and like watch the thoughts coming up. I don't get that. They just, as soon as I look for them, I'm like, they're not there. Cool, they disappear. But is that non-meditation? I don't like where you could actually go around and be still. Your mind is still, even though it's thinking, doing that.
So, MB, can you? Oh, I'll mute you. Yeah. Um, where were we? We were in the muted. No, the still. So that's what mostly happens to us, is that when we look at the nature of thoughts, they dissolve, and it's very hard to learn how to let thoughts be there without them dissolving. If you're actually vividly there, when we're not vividly present, then it's very easy to let thoughts happen. But so then we practice actually bringing thoughts up and seeing if you can like bring up a thought. So I'll do that. I'll like run, and I've done this before through scenario. Um, and basically there's different stages of like experiencing a present a thought. Normally, um, I find it easier with memories, and so like we all came here today, right? We all came here today. Good. Um, you guys didn't come here, but you're gonna have to do something similar. Like
We
you went
turned on the
out.
we turned on the computer, so that's coming.
There you go. Right. So sit for a moment now and think about like those of us that drove or took the train coming here, and you drove down, you found a parking spot, or you found your computer, you set it up, and you turned on the start button, and you waited, and so you drove here, and you're in your car, and you stopped, collected your stuff, you open the door, and you come out, and you walk towards here or the restaurant, and then you come in here, and then you're here. So when we play that thought back in our mind, normally it's we're uh, we're like in the experience, right? We're in the car. We're like sitting, like when I said you're driving, we're like seeing ourselves in the car, right? So then to skip the middle one um, is floating above the car, right? So you're watching the car come up, drive in, and you guys, whatever, it's similar. It's watching yourself go to your computer from above. You're watching the car come in, like you have a drone up there, right? And you're watching yourself and watching the car stop, and then you watch yourself get out and walk with your stuff to the building. And then the third thing is, see, both of those, when we did it, we've lost the stillness. We're in the movement, right? Because we're in the experience. But now, okay, we're sitting here and connect with your body and your posture. And okay, I'm going to play that thought back. So I'm going to play back, and we're looking from here. We're not looking from in the car, nor are we looking from above ourselves, but we're looking from here. And think about driving here and getting out of the car, gathering your stuff, getting out of the car, and walking towards the building and coming into the building. So ideally, that gives you some sense of the difference between being in the thought and looking at and looking at the thought, which is the first step, and that's um, in meditation we come out of the thought and we look at the thought. And normally when we look at the thought, as Chris was saying, usually it dissolves and you can't really find the thought anymore. But in this case, we're keeping the thought happening. And so we're practicing being in the sort of the stillness and having the thought there at the same time. And then you can do it with a present thought, like presently I'm thinking like, when is this going to end? And what am I going to do after? And we can have that thought. When can we go to the bathroom, in my case? When, and see if you can relax and have that thought at the same time and feel the sense of the open spaciousness of mind and the thought at the same time. You can also do it with a sense experience, pinch yourself with one hand or press your nail into the other hand. Just creating a sense experience on yourself. And so seeing if you can both experience the sense experience and experience the open mind at the same time. So that's the idea with our style of meditation practice from day one is not cut off the thought with the label and come back, but is label the thought and then come back. And we never say cut the thought. We're not supposed to, at least. And in many places it says we need thoughts to meditate on. So, and thoughts are unavoidable when you're alive. Your mind just, that's what it does. Our heart beats and our mind thinks. So it's generating all these thoughts. What happens in meditation is that gross thoughts dissolve, and then we have subtle undercurrent of thoughts, which ideally becomes just the knowing. It's just like, am I on the object? Am I vivid? Am I thinking? What time? No. So ideally through this process, we're identifying the still mind, the moving mind, and the watcher. Does anyone else have any comments or questions on that, Triad?
Well, do you really see watcher and awareness as identical?
Oh, it depends how you use those terms. It depends what you mean by the watcher. That could be the open, still, expansive mind. But, or we could say, okay, watcher and awareness are the same. And we know that Trungpa Rinpoche goes through different levels of watcher, right? He's got the initial watcher, like which has a little bit of a mouse and a cat and a mouse quality of like waiting for thoughts and like pouncing on them with our mindfulness or our knowing. And then he has the abstract watcher, which is where the watcher has more of a quality of allowing thoughts to continue and just watching. And then there's in the profound treasury, then you have the transcendent watcher, where the watcher is not really watching from anywhere. And the sort of dualistic quality of that equation dissolves. So depending on what you mean by the watcher, for me, like the watcher could be that spacious, still mind.
Well, that's where I was getting a little confused, because on one hand, I could see when you talk about still mind and the open space of mind, those seem like they could be the same. And then so I'm not, in terms of talking about three, it seems like there's different ways you could kind of define those. On one hand, there's the open space of mind. On one hand, there's moving mind, and then there's awareness, which can be aware of either still or moving mind, that kind of thing. Anyway, it seems like there's a little bit of, I'm not entirely sure when you're saying there's three, which three we're focusing on, because awareness to me isn't always quite the same as I guess it would be, to me, most closely aligned with that last one you talked about, the transcendent one.
Yeah, so if you look in your handouts on the back side of the one that says preventing the strains of blank shamatha, I read through non-modification, and non-distraction. And then the next paragraph says, let us see, and the implication is through cultivating these three qualities in shamatha without support, let us then see the meaning or the reality. And the word meaning in Tibetan is sometimes also translated as the entity or reality of the triad stillness, movement, and awareness. It's necessary to recognize your mind when it stays or leaves. These two, staying and leaving, are respectively called stillness and movement. The mind that stays without leaving is stillness, and while the mind that leaves without staying is movement. It's a funny way of talking about mind leaving and staying.
Where are you reading? Because I am preventing the straying of blank shamatha.
It's on the back side of that page, the second page after that. The words on top are apprehensive of forgetting.
I don't have that. Okay, I must somehow have not.
Yeah, I don't either. I think we're missing a page somehow.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not alone.
There's only, I have just 2 pages.
It ends at after the paragraph with thus in samadhi of shamatha. There are 2 aspects.
I've screen shared it. Okay. So the first page of the handout is the 3 qualities of shamatha. The second page is explanation of how to rest without support. The third page is the second page of that, and it starts with apprehensive of forgetting over and over. And then there's this place where it says, let us see the meaning of the triad, stillness, movement, and awareness.
I don't have that.
Oh,
so you see it on the screen, and it is in the handout.
I'm sorry, it's the 1, 2, 3, the 4th paragraph, you might say. Yeah, okay.
So they define it very simply here, as opposed to getting into the complexity of the watcher and the awareness. They just say, that which sustains the recognition of these 2, stillness and movement, is awareness. So here, stillness is not a watcher. Stillness is the still quality of mind. It's an object, just like movement is an object of awareness. This is how you should understand the way of designating and determining this triad known as stillness, movement, and awareness.
Yeah, I just was surprised I substituted watcher in there because I think of that one a little differently, but thank you.
Oh, it's not on the back of preventing this. It's on the back of explanation of how to rest without support. There you go. Then in the final segment in this handout called Instruction on Stillness, Occurrence, and Awareness in Mahamudra by Mipam Rinpoche. It's not the final one, sorry. It's on page, I don't know. I can't see page numbers here.
There aren't any page numbers from what I could see.
But physical pages, I can't even tell what physical page it's on. But it says, the instruction on stillness, occurrence on top.
So that would be 6, I think.
So if you can simply practice Mahamudra and experience stillness, occurrence, and awareness according to the vital instruction of that practice, you ultimately perceive the truth of reality. So this triad is the key in the Mahamudra system. This is because the nature of your mind has the Sugata essence, and that's why you can become enlightened. Because the true nature of your mind is the Sugata Garbha, which is the same as Tathagata Garbha, but it's GMO-free and gluten-free. Apply the related key instruction The basis of all things is mind. After understanding the mind's secret, what is the mind's secret? You're right, I shouldn't say. Sorry to ask. Thank you, Tom. But what is the mind's secret?
Is he referring to nature of mind?
Yeah, what is the secret nature of mind? In what way is the nature of mind secret?
Not, I mean, non-visible, non-tangible,
That's
unable to
okay.
be expressed.
That's part of it, but that doesn't really make it a secret.
It's hidden right in front of us.
Thank you, Daniel. It's has no essence. It's empty, and yet at the same time, it's there all the time, and that's the secret of mind. Is that mind? You can't find it, and yet it's there. That's the big secret. Don't tell anybody. Seek the vital point of your mind. What is the vital point of your mind?
Isn't that the same thing you just said?
I think so. It's the vital point of your mind is where we think mind arises from, where we feel like mind arises from, and you will become skilled in all things and realize the meaning of egolessness. Since I, Mipam, am teaching according to the oral instructions of the realized ones, I'll leave out various logical investigations. Thank you very much. Stillness is when you look into your mind, direct yourself inward, and remain devoid of any kind of thinking. I think we've all had short glimpses of this here and there throughout our lifetimes. Occurrence is when various kinds of thoughts arise. Memories, plans, sense experiences, emotions. Awareness is your mind being conscious of either of these. So just blending together the watcher and the looker and any other subtleties about that. It's just simply that quality of being conscious of both awareness, both stillness and occurrence. If you maintain this continuously, you'll come to understand the following vital point. So maintain this continuously, maintain awareness. Well, I should use the word awareness. Maintain the experience. That's a good word. Rinpoche likes that word. Maintain the experience of these three activities or qualities: stillness, movement, and awareness. You come to understand the following vital point. Various feelings such as joy and sadness arise from your own mind and dissolve back into your mind. Understanding this, you'll come to recognize that all experiences are the personal experiences of your mind. It could be. Well, and also the mind's secret. But here the vital, I think it's a different vital point, is that we tend to think that suffering is like based on causes and conditions external to us. And he's saying everything happens in your mind. The mind is everything. Don't look elsewhere. All experiences are just the personal experiences of your mind, and don't go beyond that in any way. Sure does. Subsequently, by looking directly into the essence of your mind, that's the secret, by the way. Whether it's still or moving, thinking, you will understand that it's empty, and even though it perceives many things, it does not possess any entity whatsoever. The so-called emptiness is not a blank void like space. Rather, you'll come to understand that it's an emptiness endowed with all supreme aspects, whatever the hell that means. What are the supreme aspects that the mind is endowed with?
Wisdom, compassion.
Cynthia at home said, Matt here said what? Matt said wisdom and compassion, and Cynthia at home said wisdom and compassion. This means that it does not possess any self-nature, yet it has an unceasing clarity that is fully conscious and cognizant. And that's the secret. So he's just like spilling the secret over and over again here. When realizing this secret point of mind, so that is the secret, that it's both empty and supreme of all aspects, endowed with, although there's no separate watcher or something watched. So to experience the natural luminous and innate mind essence is known as recognizing awareness. This is what is pointed out in both Mahamudra and Dzogchen. According to Sarha, if you can sustain that by looking again and again into the primordially pure nature of space, seeing will cease. Because you can't see anything in space. So the whole idea of seeing is based on a subject-object thing. And so if you're able to actually look into the center of space, the whole feeling of looking dissolves. And you freak out. You're like, your body reacts. It's like the Borg, right? You give them like an illogical task and they're like, so we're just not used to like looking at something that's not there. As stated in the Prajnaparamita, this famous quote where Prajnaparamita is the second turning of the wheel of the Dharma of the Buddha, focused on emptiness. And yet there's this quote in there that says mind is empty or devoid of mind, and yet the nature of mind is luminous, cognizant, clarity. There's nothing easier than this, but it is essential to practice it. So it's easy to understand, but it can only come through when you practice it. Tom.
It seemed like there was always, he emphasized this point of recognizing awareness, but then like just owning it or something, or letting it go afterward.
Did you guys at home hear that?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so he was, let's see. He was getting at the point that the tendency can be then to like capture awareness and hold it. Yeah, and Trungpa Rinpoche is famous for saying, disown, let go. If you experience a flash of openness, then you disown it. You let go of it. And there's in his teachings on the path of the Great Eastern Sun, when he talks about the four dignities of the warrior, he talks about the warrior of inscrutable. Does not measure the space, does not measure space, something like that, right? It's sort of like when normally we're like constantly objectifying things, reifying our world, and the use of space as an analogy or as a visual object is to help us reduce that objectification. And instead of measuring space by delimiting it by objects, well, the space here is, it's about 25 feet because it's delimited by that wall and that wall, so we've contained it, and instead, obviously space is unobstructed, and this whole space is space. So why don't we take a pause there and a bathroom break and come back for one final session? How's that?
Thank you. Can you take down the, yeah.
Welcome back. And we'll just go into our last sitting session. I'll read some of the stuff as we do that. Yeah, sorry. Good afternoon. Hi there. Wow, look at all these people. Thank you for that. So we'll do our last sitting section, and the goal is to cultivate shamatha without support in by perfecting those three qualities of non-distraction or non-wandering, non-modification, not tinkering, non-contrivance, and non-meditation, non-hope and fear, non-striving, non-actively trying to do anything. And through that process, ideally coming to have some feeling for what is this triad of the still mind, the moving mind, and that which is conscious or aware of the two of them. So experiencing thoughts in space of the mind without them going away, letting them be there. And ideally the presence of content in the mind sort of reflects the container, the still quality of the mind. That's there and undisturbed, even if there's occurrence or movement. Oh, and I had this guy. I had the buzz going on. Sorry about that. Nobody complained about the buzz. You guys can do wall gazing if you found. No? Nobody's running. Nobody's running. Chris here put a gomden in front of his face. Instead of sewing a gomden to your butt, like in Wednesday night class. Anyway. Ideally, By doing the exercise of looking at the wall or the back of a chair, having a constricted visual field, you have a sense of appreciation for the quality of mind that can be developed by looking at the space right in front and not letting your gaze drift to some object in the visual field. And that tends to happen when we are lost in thought. When we're lost in thought, we'll find that our eyes are looking at something. We're not usually thinking about that object, but just anything. Those correlate. So trying to bring the visual field in and look at the space in front, right in front, diffusing it throughout some circle, oval, whatever, of space in front of us, say 3 feet. And maybe it helps to be able to sustain that by sort of balancing that with experiencing the space behind us. Sort of like our visual field is this balance beam or this surface that's on a balance beam. And to the extent that we look far away, that whole beam is in front of us. And to the extent that we can bring our awareness to the space behind us, it brings the part of that beam that's in front of us in close. And then cultivating these 3 qualities of non-distraction, non-modification, and non-meditation. There's traditionally 3 analogies for these, or scenarios. For non-distraction, it's the sense of a child, a baby, looking at a shrine. Tibetan shrines are completely overwhelmingly ornate, filled with sacred objects and colors and shapes, all of which are meaningless to a baby, but the sensory experience creates an overload where the baby just stares undistractedly at this amazing display. Without labeling, without identifying, just being vividly present. And the second one, non-modification, has this quality of not too tight, not too loose. Just balance so we don't have to tinker. And the analogy is something that's maybe a little foreign to us, but in traditional India, Brahmins are supposed to wear this special thread that goes from certain parts of their body, wraps around to other parts of their body. And they have to spin it themselves, and it's made out of very delicate yarn or material. And it's very easy for it to break because it's so fragile. And if it's too, so if they do it too hard, the spinning of it snaps. If they don't do it hard enough or taut enough, rather, it bunches up. So undistracted and no non-modification. And then thirdly, for non-meditation, the analogy is if you have a gathering of I guess a bale of hay strapped like all this hay together, bunched together with string around it. You're carrying it to feed the horses or cows with, and you get to the feeding area, and all you have to do is cut that string, and all the hay just immediately flops and falls flat. So not meditating, just completely let go. Bringing the gaze in and rouse the energy so we're not falling asleep. And then as a way to support the exercise of identifying these three qualities of mind, the still mind, the moving mind, and the awareness, think about what they are. And as you're thinking about what they are, experience that as movement within the space of the still mind. And there's the consciousness or the awareness of that process of thinking and identifying the still mind with the thinking. What is the still mind? What is the moving mind? And what is the awareness? Bringing the gaze in, vibrant, alert. The basic definition for mind in this tradition is that which is clear and aware. The clear aspect of the mind is the empty reflective aspect. Whatever comes in front of it, whatever comes in it, appears clearly. It appears clearly to that awareness, the knower. We may not have a name for it. We may not know what something is, but we know what we're experiencing. Our mind knows what it's minding at all times. Maybe it's confusion about some outer experience or object, or maybe it's lack of clarity in what we're experiencing. But we know that experience of confusion. And within that empty, reflective quality of the mind, which is the still mind, all the thoughts come and go. All the appearances in front of that mirror of the mind. So the stillness is that empty quality of mind. And the movement is the reflective aspect of mind, the content. And both of these are known, illuminated by knowing. So we have a few minutes for any final comments or questions or suggestions.
Hey, Derek.
Yeah.
When Trungpa Rinpoche first came to the US and he gave meditation instruction and it was formless, was it essentially this? Was it Mahamudra meditation?
I believe so. I did not, I was not there at that time, in that period. When I entered the community and met Rinpoche, it was already, he had already shifted to the gradual approach of starting with the object of the breath. But I believe that, yeah, he was basically giving this shamatha without support, uh, either sort of indistinguishing that between shamatha without support or just nature of mind type of meditation, which could be either a dzogchen or a Mahamudra presentation or experience. But yeah, we've heard people um, from that early period saying, Rinpoche, we just sat in front of me and didn't give me any instructions. and just somebody said I sat there in front of him and he said, no, yes, that.
Thank you.
Thank you. What else?
Was well, first of all, I felt the stillness mind just sort of as a container for this active mind, and to think, to be aware of it, and to sit with it. You know, I kept doing my old usual stuff. This one thought came in, and I had this idea that wouldn't it be funny? It's not really going to be funny, but wouldn't it be funny if I would jump around like a monkey in front of everybody here? What? Where'd that thought come from? Anyway, so I was trying to like let that thought be, you know, without getting too carried away with it.
Go for it.
No, thanks. But I was able to just like let that not get carried away in, you know, what it would really look like and how probably wouldn't be appreciated, but maybe it would. I didn't go there. I just said, huh, what do you know? And I felt like I was able to just have that thought and within the stillness of mind and then the awareness, like I sort of felt this in layers. Is that anything close to what we're supposed to be doing?
The jumping around like a monkey is definitely an indication of a very advanced stage.
Contras are holding on to this crazy action thought and staying within the stillness at the same time.
Sounds good. Yeah. It's too bad you didn't do it though.
We have no sound on this side.
Sorry. Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding the concept of still the various aspects that we are talking about, the three aspects. Uh, so when it relates to still mind, it feels like, in theory, that could be cultivated or referenced when you sit down for meditation through some version of like an initial embodiment or an initial sort of like waking up of the body, a flooding of the body with some sort of energy, which I know there are practices where you flood it with light, whatever. And then, but then there's a temptation to almost use the still mind then as a reference point. And I know that there's like no real reference. So it's not like I'm holding on to myself as a body. But I just want to, I guess, clarify with you, Derek, like, so when it comes to still mind, I do experience what you're talking about, Mary. And so, but the still mind feels a little bit more, like that's my anchor or that's my stability. And then there is motion or there is another aspect, I guess, of the mind that is moving within this sort of reference or this stable, non-moving part. And then there's something that's watching both aspects taking place. Please clarify anything that does not make sense about what I just said, or it's not accurate. Yes.
Yeah, I see. It's two buttons you gotta do. That's why. Okay. Um, yeah, I think it begins as like an intimation of something that you can't quite put your finger on, the still mind. And, um, and then like reading about it, thinking about it, talking about it as, that the reflective quality of mind within or upon which all the thought, the movement happens. And so it's the empty aspect of mind. So we can't actually identify it. It has no characteristics as such, but it has analogies of space and ground or the background or the field, the surface, like the surface of mind, the field of mind. And I think as you sit, after you have been introduced to this notion of the still mind versus the moving mind, as you sit, it's like your your ability to experience the still mind is growing. And where it's like a mirror, we see the things that are reflected in the mirror, but we don't really see that paper thin surface of reflective, whatever it is, aluminum foil or something that's in the mirror, so it's very hard to see. If you look on the side, it's like paper thin. um, so it's really like something that is experienced by process of elimination of what it's not. It's not the movement, it's not any of the sensation or thoughts or appearances, but it's the stable presence of uh, experience that's there all the time, as opposed to the experiencer, which is the awareness. So maybe we should end at this point. It's 5:05. Thank you all very much for joining in. Really appreciate it. And suggestions welcome, including setting up earlier next time. Oh, and
No,
Barbara.
no, I just wanted to say that my only suggestion is please do it again. It was terrific. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank
And
you.
all right. And so the idea is to try to do it once a month. And originally the idea was to do a full day. I don't know if can people do a whole day, or should we focus on the Saturday afternoon? It's probably better. Sunday afternoon is probably better. And then it turns out the first Sunday of the month is there's a Nintun held at the Wisdom Seat along with Profound Treasury. So I don't want to conflict with that. So Cynthia, do you remember, is Elizabeth the third or the second? I think it might have moved from the third to the second Saturday. Oh, it's not a Sunday. It doesn't matter. It's a Saturday.
Right, I think that's right.
Yeah.
But
So we could do the second Sunday of each month.
we'll have to shift our deleg a little bit for that, but we're going to try to work around you.
Oh yeah, you guys had a delegate meeting.
It's okay. We're going to try to work around you. I think we've got it worked out at least for this month.
What was it? The first Sunday, or
Well,
so if I switch to the second Sunday?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, well we'll work these things out.
We'll work it out. No problem.
Yeah, and maybe we can do one full day one sometime.
I would honestly say that works pretty well in terms of workability, but I don't know how people feel about that.
Yeah. And if we do a full day one, hopefully some of you New Yorkers will come up since it's a full day and you'll join us, which is fun. Oh, and if you want to make contribution, please do. And if you want to have a good time, please do that. Have a great day. And let's close by doing the chants. And we'll all do them together because we mute everybody here. We can do them together. By His merit, may all attain omniscience, may it defeat the enemy wrongdoing from the stormy waves of birth, old age, sickness, and death. From the ocean of samsara, may I free all beings. By the confidence of the golden sun of the great east, may the lotus garden of the Rigdon's wisdom bloom. May the dark ignorance of sentient beings be dispelled. May all beings enjoy profound, brilliant glory. Thank you. See most of you on Tuesday night.
Thank you so much.
Have fun.